So we come close to being full circle. Wait a minute. I'm not hearing audio.
You can save Yona, Vice.
It's you, isn't it?
No! Stay back! Anyway, take it easy, yeah?
Give me 1 second. Okay, now I hear it.
Is this beast a shade as well?
No, you've got to stop this.
Two hope to stand against the Shadow Lord.
I don't want to hurt my friends.
Kill him, you glorious bastard!
I have a reason to live.
I want to let both of these play for a reason I'll make later.
We're the same. Tools in the hands of a master.
This ends here!
Kaine!
Our true memories are still there. How dare you ignore them?
We were hoping to put it off for 100 years or so.
I shall fight by their side, now and forever.
I'm tired of this world and everybody in it. But I'll become his sword one last time.
No! Kaine!
I'm going to save you! I swear it!
Thanks for always being there for me.
That was the new one. Actually, while this plays, I wonder if I still have the instruction manual. I do. Let me take a quick look at this.
Vice, you dumbass! Start making sense
sense, you rotten book, or you're gonna be sorry. Maybe I'll rip your pages out one by one, or maybe I'll put you in the goddamn furnace. How can someone with such a big smart brain get hypnotized like a little bitch, huh? Oh, Shadow Lord, I love you, Shadow Lord. Come over here and give Vice a big sloppy kiss, Shadow Lord. Now pull your head out of your goddamn ass and start fucking helping us!
Looking through the instruction manual is really funny. Cause like right at the back of it, not at the back, pages 28 and 29, there's actually two guides. One is the instruction of how you fish, explaining casting your line, how to reel in the fish HP and such. And there's also one for cultivating plants. But like 5 to 6 pages before that is just all about menu stuff. Okay. Right, we finished everything with Little Mermaid. So now we're mostly just heading back, since the only things left should be Loyal Cerberus and Law of Robotics. Which means one is going to be a visit back to the Junk Heap and the other one's going to be towards Facade. And then will be the end of the game. Which we will be very familiar with in a bit.
Hey, Kane,
Yeah?
you were threatening that shade on the beach the other day? How did you know it was trying to protect the postman?
Just a feeling, I guess.
All right.
simply a guess that she had.
Oh, it's you, eh?
Also, in a little bit of a preparation before playing this, I took another watch of the Dragon Guard 3 interview that he did. That Taro did. And even though it is mostly about Dragon Guard 3, he does explain a little bit of his writing style, as well as also some inspirations that went into making not only Dragon Guard 1, but also also Nier. Most of his complaints stem from something more akin that would be fitting in like Dynasty Warriors, where he brought up like, congratulations, you killed 100 enemies, and stuff like that. And like how limited games kind of are, where we're continuously focused on like killing and stuff like that. How we're really kind of limiting our perception on what games can be. I think he also has a further discussion of it later at like a GDC talk.
Shades on the coast, the ferryman dead. You've had quite the rough trip. That poor ferryman used to tell me stories of the epic quarrels he had with his wife. He found the whole thing quite amusing. He loved her, though. He loved her with all that he was. I'm very sad to hear that he's gone. Still, you made it back safe, and I'm glad for that.
Have you any new information about the key to the Shadow Lord's castle?
I'm still working on the decryption, but I'm afraid progress has stalled. Loyal Cerberus might refer to a dog, but I've never seen anything that would fit the bill.
It must be pretty complicated if even you can't decode it. Well, you're our last hope, so please keep trying, okay?
I will. By the way, I was walking by your house earlier and I noticed you had some mail. You might want to check it out.
Thanks. We'll do that.
Oh, one last thing. Since the ferryman was missing work, I arranged for someone else to handle the job. I'll make sure they know to let you use the boat as before.
Gotcha.
Fast travel still remains the same.
Even without those we have lost, the world relentlessly continues to turn.
Specifically, that thing that Taro was referring to, he refers to it kind of more as like an invisible boundary, like an invisible limit on what we have, and like what our expectations for games are. I don't know why I went to the save thinking it was the mailbox. As per Rule 25,656, please consider this your official notice that the King of Facade has chosen to enter into the ceremony of matrimony. Please lodge all objections and congratulations to the official channel stated in Rule 38,585. Sincerely, the Facade Royal Office of Marriage and Other Legally Binding Contracts and Concerns. P.S. Hey guys, it's me, the King of Facade. Sorry, this is all formal and stuff. Listen, I'm getting married and I really want you to come, so get over here.
The king is getting married. Does this old book good to see a boy become a man?
Probably not a good idea to turn down a wedding invitation from a king. Let's go to Facade.
He refers to it as an invisible boundary because we limit what we're... He refers to it as an invisible boundary because it very much is there, very appropriately. It is just like an invisible wall, where like you can push up against it and you can feel it, but at the same time you can't really tell what's preventing you from getting past it. Like even in the 10 years since Nier, Yeah, now, even in like the 10 years since Dragon Guard 3 came out, and now like near 15 plus years since the first Nier came out, like games are still at the point where we're consistently only kind of killing each other, or killing NPCs, or in some form of competition. The only thing I can really think of that bucked that trend, or at least tried to as much as it could be, was something like Death Stranding. But even that had its limits, where you still had firearms, you still had ways of killing people. And even its most inspired aspect of the connectivity of it all was largely kind of stuck on being an online game, similar to something like Tomorrow Children. So eventually, whenever those servers go down, a part of that game...
It was curious to find wolves in the desert.
Should it?
They normally live in forests, yes. Deserts would seem to hold little sustenance for them.
Well, we can certainly guess what they've been eating.
But like, there's still hardly any like major game that comes out that doesn't have some type of combat mechanic, or something that doesn't even allude to killing in some way or fashion. And I'm not even necessarily saying that, like, it's a bad thing, I guess, is a way of putting it.
Hi there. Do you carry axles and paddle boards?
I'm not a sloth, but I can make them if you bring me iron ore and
Oh,
logs.
great. So, how much do you need?
10 of each should suffice.
Gotcha. I'll be back in a bit.
Water wheels are great, but they're a pain in the butt to maintain.
In the past, humans harnessed different methods to provide energy.
Like what?
One such method was achieved through the intricate compounding of iron and fire.
Wow. What did they do with that?
Oh, a great many things. It could be used to power large iron crates called trains, or illuminate whole cities against the dark of night.
Huh. Yeah, no thanks.
Why not?
Who wants to move a big iron crate? And how am I supposed to sleep if it's all bright outside?
Well, I suppose if you wish to look at it that way.
Besides, my life is lots of fun already.
If more people were like you, Emil, this world might not be half bad.
Oh, I can get the Phoenix Spear here. Oh, right, I can get the Phoenix Spear here. That's totally worth whatever parts it needs right now. I say hesitantly. It's like 36,000. I'll regret this decision later. Point being, we're still kind of... No, I know that I need to keep that alive. Point being, I know that we're still kind of bumping up against that, that invisible wall. Games essentially are too expensive to really allow for something that isn't easily identifiable. I still need 8K. That isn't easily identifiable, understood. And like, when so much of the modern like modern games are founded on stuff like Doom, like the first-person shooter genre in general, it's really hard to kind of uproot that. Like, it's kind of in the foundation of how a lot of games currently are. Not saying that, like, Doom is the end-all and be-all, or where everything started, but it's very integral to how a lot of modern games kind of are. To how a lot of modern games are, how they've developed and what they are in the cultural consciousness. Even cozy games kind of come with a negative connotation because a lot of them buck those typical trends. And they admittedly do now become more of a market, albeit a niche one, but they still exist. There are at least ones that are trying to do something different. But because of how different they are, they have to fall into a niche genre.
Ah, Kakere!
You came, it's been so long.
We hear your days of bachelorhood are coming to a close, King.
Congrats.
Forgive my prying, but we are all eager to know the identity of your lucky bride.
Oh yes, how rude of me. How nice to see you again.
Hold on. Fira?
That's right.
You have grown into a fine example of womanhood. I'm sure you will make a splendid queen.
Kaine's gonna want to see this.
Indeed. But I'm truly glad to see you all. Did you know that my bride threatened to boycott the ceremony if you did not come? Ah, and you must be Emil.
Pleased to make your acquaintance, your royalness. Congratulations on your wedding.
Thank you.
I'm sorry Kaine's not here, but...
Let me guess, she's outside, right? What nonsense. She knows she's welcome here. And now, I insist that you stay with me tonight as honored guests of the royal family.
Of course. How could we refuse?
The night before the wedding.
To think they even have rules governing the timing and water temperature of a bath.
What's it to you? You don't
You
even
don't need to take baths.
Kaine?
What is the matter?
I don't like this. Weddings are festive occasions, you know? Should I even be here?
We were invited here by the king, remember?
Sure. But what about everybody else?
This city isn't like our villages. It's all about the rules here. And since there isn't a specific rule about you, I honestly think they won't give a crap.
Yeah, maybe.
Will you at least procure a new set of lingerie for the festivities? Some spring colors, perhaps?
Keep talking, book.
Feeling unwelcomed even though she was directly invited.
Oh,
What's up?
just having trouble getting to sleep.
Something bothering you?
No, the opposite, in fact. I'm just so excited about the wedding that I can't settle down. I bet it's gonna have streamers and dancing and bears on unicycles and everything. I'm sorta jealous. I wish I was Fira.
You'll find a nice bride someday, Emil.
Huh? Oh, right. Bride.
You must be tired indeed if you misunderstood that simple social nicety.
Yeah, that's not exactly it.
Emil. Emil did want to be the bride. Weiss, for all of his wisdom, didn't understand what Emil meant by saying that he wished he was Fira. The harvest was weak again this year, and my people are beginning to go hungry. Also, our quarrel with the wolves has taken a turn for the worse. The duties of a king are overwhelming. In truth, I feel somewhat guilty about holding a festival to celebrate my wedding.
Everyone needs to blow off steam and celebrate once in a while.
Indeed, your people have earned a moment of rest and respite.
Also, welcome Banii, I'm assuming that's how they pronounce that. I guess that's true.
Plus, we want to make Fira happy, right? Anyway, life is better when you have someone to fight for.
It's not written in the rules, but perhaps it should be. Someone to fight for. Yes, I like the thought of that.
Aw, weddings are the best. There's flowers everywhere. Everyone's happy. It's just great. I'm kind of jealous. Aren't you jealous, Kaine?
Nah.
Oh, come on.
Someone to fight for. And thus, in front of these beloved guests, and per Rule 904, I hereby request that you seal your union with a kiss. This sort of thing is always hard for me. The wolves are coming.
That wolf is a shade.
The leader seems to have the power to reflect magic. The wolves appear to be targeting you.
I need something faster. I don't think a wolf has ever caught me like that before.
I would rethink this course of action, King. Ahead lies a battle you cannot win.
海ザム有利あフェアですヌーザルツザルツザルガザルツンタゾルキアレルゾテオラレキタゴユリペルワトルカイザムタトデクラクルトデクゼルガントイカラツグキテテカイザムタリエキューサカイザムラ夫と来てソードリリスダカイ
The king's grief is strong. I doubt he will stand down at this point.
Yeah, I'm guessing he'll run off to take on the wolves any time now.
Will we let him go by himself?
Of course not. Hell, I hate the wolves too.
Then we must prepare for the fight. It will not be an easy one.
I know.
Either check to see if the letters arrived from the younger brother from the junk heap, or go meet the king of Facade. Makes more sense to do the two Facade things back to back. Part of that Dragon Guard 3 interview was a mention of how, of course, Nier was inspired, partly at least, by the September 11th terrorist attacks. And how he thought, you don't need to be crazy to kill somebody else. You just need to believe that you're right. As long as you can justify your actions to yourself, then killing doesn't look too crazy.
Are you ready for battle?
Even if it is blind hatred.
Yeah. Time to avenge Fira.
Even if you say that it's for a good cause or that you have your reasons. Fear is not the only victim here. These damnable wolves continue to claim the lives of many people. I will not allow them to suffer anymore. As their king, I must take a stand. And if the rules say I can't, then damn the rules.
Madness. The wolves who attacked were only a fraction of the pack. How will you fight them all?
I will not be defeated.
And count us in.
That is too much for me to ask.
I'm not doing it for you, dumbass. It's for Fira.
Kaine, you can't speak to a king like that.
If this is indeed the plan, then let us make haste. We can ill afford another tragedy.
Thank you, my friends. I owe you much. If you can make if you can make use of this, please take it. Ancient Overlord. Where are you going, my liege? To strike the wolves. The city is yours. My liege, that is a violation of multiple rules. Those rules keep Fira from dying. No, my lord. What did Fira ever do? She was so close to knowing happiness, and then she had it snatched away from her? Yes, my lord. Was it Fira's fault that she was so frail? No, my lord. Then get out of my way. I cannot, my lord. You're behaving like a fool. Clearly you are still young. How dare you?
るペルアとカイザムでカイザムとアイタピアアイザムでピアチュレセキタとトダゼルガンでアンダゼルガンヤーリツガスチクリトカイザムゼスタルペルア老体リスラ関係かけてしたすわれアルムーキエルトチギサンってきた
アルム
浮きわせんクユーリエ
押して
キルたちエククギリスアーガイ
え
カイザムより息おつじでくご
ユラ
カイザムチゼストジーお別れたしより
こうだだちより歌い
They all voted to go to war with the wolves. For the sake of their queen and their
ゼル
king.
ガン立ち飛ぶだ
This is their den.
リー言ってクタイ
I'm sorry to ask so much of you.
Forget it. It's for Fira.
Let's move.
You just need to believe that you're in the right.
The wolves appear to be targeting the king.
セゲルガカイザムカイザンリケオリ
He seeks the king of Bassar. Such dogged, unwavering defiance. Why do these beasts hold so much rage? The smaller wolves are not infected with shades. But as for the leader,
If even one shade is here, then I have to kill all of them.
ザルツゼルガンストトカンコ
the king is in danger.
I'll guard the king. That's what Fira would want.
Indeed. You must worry about protecting more than yourself in this battle. Above you, stay on your guard.
Emil's magic can still get through, but not mine. No, mine works now. Almost fully charged. You cannot know peace as long as you draw breath. loyal Cerberus.
好きてそうち抱かれ添え抱く外から探すと意識
She was placed in indentured servitude at a young age and forbidden to speak. In that harsh environment, with no family, she toiled day after day.
ライアリスって
And just as her future was looking bright,
I believe that young Fira was perfectly content with the life she had.
こ
she was.
Of course, does this not sound like what she would say to you? She was terribly proud of her king, and now you must do all you can to honor her memory.
Like slaughtering wolves.
だだドリス
I will do my best. I swear it.
クタイトリッチ
I'm sorry. I need to be alone right now.
カイザンチッタだ
The king isn't allowed to shed tears in front of others.
Is that another infernal rule?
ラーのペルは
The people of the mask live and die by our
ある
rules,
てあんた年々
and sometimes we even break them.
やれるロ
Isn't that right,
フィア
Fira?
The poor king.
This is Shade's fault. Let's see if the Junk Heap kid sent us a letter.
Maybe that's part of why we haven't really changed too much in the past 10 to 15 years. Maybe it's just good feeling like we're in the right. Going to the junk heap, I should be able to get enough pieces or whatever type of scrap to sell so I can get the Phoenix Spear soon.
You have a letter, it would seem.
This is to inform you that the upgrade work on your weapon has been completed. The weapon is ready and available for pickup at your earliest convenience. I also have a more personal request to make of you, one I hope we can discuss further once you arrive to pick up the weapon. Yours, Two Brothers Weaponry.
Personal request, hmm?
He's done a lot for us. We should see what he wants. Off to the Junk Heap then.
So we proceed to the Law of Robotics.
Damn it! Their armor's too strong!
They seem to have developed some manner of bodily protection. It seems these creatures too follow the prescripts of evolution.
And I'll just have to overpower them!
Haha. Depending on how long it takes for the remainder half of it, I might also do the first bit of Route B here. Because I do remember that, like, always the first route takes the longest. But I forget consistently how long that first, finale is. Thankfully, this is the only time that we're gonna have to do the Junk Heap visit 1, leave, and then come back later.
Hey there. Your weapon is ready to go. Great. Thanks.
Iron Will.
You know, with a
A weapon like that.
You were going to say?
I need to ask you for a favor.
Oh, yeah?
I want you to avenge my brother.
That is a rather ponderous favor.
It's my mission. It's the whole reason I've been creating these weapons for the past 4 years. I don't care about money. I only care about making a weapon strong enough to kill those bastards.
Which bastards?
The ones in the mountain. That little Shade and his robot.
A Shade has joined forces with a robot.
There's a Shade in there?
Yes.
And what have we decided?
We're gonna kill it.
Plot important automata character. As far as I recall, I just need to follow the same path that I took for the first visit. Hopefully I can remember what that is, so I'm not lost in here for another 2 hours. Should be B1. Right. Can't head this way. Maybe B2? Chunky B2, no. Maybe? No, this can't be the way. Because I have to go back to the testing facility. This is going to get a lot easier on the other subsequent runs, but right now this is going to be annoying. Because my memory of this place is horrible. This should be plenty close enough.
I detect not a whit of intelligence from within that clump of iron.
Who cares if it's smart when it can smash you into a pancake?
No mere machine can hope to prevail against our intelligence and skill.
Wow, thanks, Book. I feel so much better already.
Not the second floor, that's too high up. I have to go back down. Oh. This place is also why I keep Dark Blast on R1. Mostly because I genuinely keep forgetting where the flying enemies show up, like here. Do I go left or do I go straight? Let's try left first. Nope, wrong way. At least I'm picking up parts. Actually, speaking of, it would be better if I just kill a couple of them. And clear. No, not this way. Free parts. So also not this way. So I do have to go to the second floor. Or I head to B2 and then head further down and then go back up. We will have to see. No, not here. So let's go down to B2. Let's go down to B2 and then find a way back up, and then I head to back through B1. Hopefully, I will remember this for the next time, so I'm not constantly going around in circles here. On paper, Junkkeep is also not even that confusing. It's just that I genuinely keep forgetting how I get around this place. Fluorite. Right. Actually, because I just got it. Iron Will is also the, jeez. Iron Will is still like the only... Oh, I do go up and left here. It's still the only extra heavy two-handed sword, which means it is the slowest weapon that you get. Which, well... no, I don't need to go that way. I think I go this way and then I go down. Yes. It's not an awful weapon. But like, speed-wise, it's not the best. which also makes it kind of hard to use, but if you can land those hits, it is really big hits. Thank you, Emil. But I do like the little bit of subtext that it does have. Like something this slow and heavy and impractical as a weapon to fight... Ugh, to just completely overpower the machines. Whereas it actually would be better just to use something faster. The trade-off of weight to speed just isn't worth it, especially when there's so many of them. Like, it's destructive force over, like, practicality. Which essentially is the point. Uh-oh. Level up. Especially when getting tapped by, like, their slight electricity sends you flying back. I think Iron Will was largely... I have to go to the depths, I think. Iron Will is largely the reason why I didn't really use two-handed swords. Because when you're competing against speed when it comes to spears, with also just their rapid attack, and then also... one-handed swords, which can do slightly more damage per swing, and are just generally faster to swing. You lose some DPS, but it's a healthy middle ground. Whereas two-handed swords are all about pure power, and admittedly at the cost of how fast you can swing. I take the left here. Oh, this is why I remember doing the spear stuff. Not here, but someplace later. Very reminiscent of this place. Also in a circle.
I've never heard of a shade living with a machine. What's that about?
Don't know, don't care. All that matters is that we kill them both.
Guilt by association.
It seems we have found the entrance to our robot friend's hideout.
Right. Let's head down.
Are you mad? We've no idea what lies below.
Beats going the long way around. Come on.
Remember to break that box. Because that's how you get Beast Curse. I actually forget how much damage Beast Curse does. It is slightly heavy. It gives you a pretty decent baseline at Magic Ant. Speaking of... You also might be recognizing why a lot of people didn't really like the word system. Mostly due to how frequently you're constantly switching the stuff around. Either drain HP or increase. Poison? It's either EXP or health drain. Mostly because whenever you get a new weapon that's slightly better, then it's like, oh, I have to go into my inventory again and then switch words around. Mostly just to assign either similar words or the exact same ones that you had before. Especially considering that you're not really going to be switching around, you're not going to be switching around your weapons all too much. Ancient Overlord has slightly more damage. Like, admittedly, for as much as I really do like this game, it has only the few flaws that I say that it really would have largely comes from the word system and you constantly switching the weapons that you get and improving. It does theoretically get better when you're kind of at fixed weapons that you're using and upgrading. But then also switching around your magical abilities, because typically you're going to want evade and defend. But then you have two other abilities, Dark Blast or Dark Lance essentially being mandatory for most bosses. Or not most, but most effective against most bosses, as opposed to something like Phantasm or Hand. Like, as much as I like Dark Execution, there's not many great moments for it, but then you're also competing with your Dark Execution and Dark Whirlwind are kind of competing against one another. And then Dark Gluttony and Dark Wall are also competing against one another. Like, they're not wholly replaceable. Like, there's not exactly like oh, I would never use Dark Blast when I could use Dark Lance. Like, there's a small difference between the two. But because there's a small difference between the two, people end up typically just picking one and then sticking with it. So if I were to word it, I would say that this game has an optimization issue.
Intruder detected. Scanning. Scanning.
P33.
Looks like we found it.
Oh, Lord, it's enormous.
Intruder detected. Scanning. Scanning. Exterminating.
Look at the shade!
That thing is commanding the robot somehow.
Aim for the legs! Knock it down! Take out the shade!
There's a puddle under it now.
Exterminating. Aim. 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 Must defend my mission.
Oh, damn it. That's a shade. It's a shade!
Ugh, I need to get out of that puddle. Oh yeah, you also can't really do air attacks with Iron Will, since two-handed swords will just bring you straight down.
exterminating.
This thing can transform?
Watch for falling debris!
Look out!
Escape, 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 escape. Go, see the world. Earl. Must protect, must fight.
Where do you think you're going?
2, 3. Before ending E, I would say this is the most significant story part of the game for people who are fans of Automata.
Must defend my mission.
You stupid machine! You killed my family! You took everything from me! You took everything from me! You killed my brother! You killed my mother! If it weren't for you, they'd still be alive!
Hey, come on. That's enough.
I did it! Now that this goddamn thing is dead, I can forage wherever I want. Just wait, you goddamn freak! Now I can make all kinds of powerful weapons! Just leave it to me! Leave it all to me!
Look, we get it, okay? Really.
Hatred and madness will never heal a wounded heart.
Maybe it's just all he's capable of right now.
Revenge is a fool's errand.
Yeah, I know.
Law of robotics.
This is the last of them.
Now we can find the Shadow Lord. And Yona.
We certainly can.
Hold on, Yona. I'm almost there.
Those are all the key pieces. I think everyone played their part in being the monsters in this story. And also for giving me a weapon I really don't like. Thank you, Kaine. Speaking of things I'm not gonna like. A merchant passed through the village today, and she kept pulling out the craziest stuff of her big bag. She said her name was Accord.
I marvel at how relatively simple a task this retrieval process proved to be. It is almost as if someone deliberately set us on this path.
You're overthinking again, Vice.
But...
I don't care if it's a trap. Yona's waiting for me and I'm going.
I see.
Which one was the new one?
What's that?
It resembles the shade we saw in the lost shrine.
We saw this shade in the lost shrine. What's it doing here?
I have long ceased trying to puzzle out this room.
Hansel and Gretel.
We killed this jerk in the junk heap.
BP.
It was a fearsome foe, but under this environment it looks almost charming.
A wolf figurine?
A very fine construction, I would add.
It's a statue of a boy.
Popola certainly has some eccentric tastes.
This one being the only one that doesn't have a spot. It doesn't have a spot on the wall.
This is the girl who was on the wrecked ship.
Why would Popola be collecting figurines of the shades we defeated?
Good question. Devil is here too.
You're really gonna do it? The whole village is buzzing, you know. They say you're gonna go rescue Yona. I guess it's really happening, huh?
I'll bring her back. I promise.
About that.
Yeah?
Nothing. Never mind. Popola just loves to worry. Anyway, you be careful. Yes, do be careful.
Thanks.
Be careful, all right?
Backing track is the instrumental of Ashes of New Dreams. Another song we will be very familiar with in due time.
Oh there. Popola told me about you. Just tell me where you're going, and I'll take you there. No charge.
Are we ready?
Let's all make it back alive, okay?
It's a plan.
Another climb. Another fight to the top, too. Recovery potion. Thankfully this climb will get a little bit faster each time. Learning here that you can also double jump before getting onto ladders is something that will save you a lot of time. The stab and then drag back through is insane. That part I was thinking of also should be here. Also notice that I can just walk through a bunch of these doors. He had me caught on a wall there. Should be picking up medical herbs. Ashazar, physical defense plus 25%. If I'm correct, I think plus 25 is the highest that these stats can go to. So I gotta make sure to put that one on dodge. Actually, I can put that just on defense. And increase MP recovery rate. Actually, I have recovery potion, strength drop, strength capsule, magic capsule. Okay. Just to burn through certain things. Although ultimately unnecessary, especially later. Not looking forward to this.
Such an ominous sight. And yet I find it strangely nostalgic.
Yeah. This is where Vice and I first met. And first fought together.
Wow! This is where you used to live, Vice?
Well, yes, I suppose. In a technical sense.
Pretty nice digs for a floating magazine.
At least it was free from annoying hussies like yourself.
You cannot turn back from this point.
And now the path is open.
That is the final point of no return. Shadow Lord's Castle. Oh, right, there's an important weapon here. Phoenix Sword. The better of the two-handed weapons, because it does a lot of damage, and because its weight is moderate, it also means that it's faster. You can also only pick it up here, which also means that you can only get it once per run. So if you just don't break that box and miss it, then congratulations, you miss it. So that means that we've seen the two-handed Phoenix Sword and the Phoenix Spear. The Phoenix Spear being in the shop, which is one of the best weapons you can get. And then there's also Phoenix Dagger, and the 3 Phoenix weapons are the best weapons in the game. Especially once fully maxed out.
To whom does the true voice speak? To whom does the true form show itself? You must answer.
It can talk!
I ask, why did humans disappear from the world?
The hell is this?
I believe this is some manner of password.
password?
Yes. The correct answer should grant us access to the castle. I feel confident I've heard this somewhere before.
To whom does the true voice speak? To whom does the true form show itself? I ask, why did humans disappear from the world? You must answer.
Because of a black disease.
I answer, because of a black disease.
I ask, how can humans extend their lives?
By separating body from soul.
I answer, by separating body from soul.
I ask, what is the destination of souls?
They are placed in their corresponding vessels, corresponding shells.
I answer, they are placed in their corresponding shells.
Very well. You are acknowledged as master. You may enter.
Well then, it seems the way is open.
I still don't properly understand how you're supposed to answer that. As in, I do not know how you are supposed to get the answer for that. Because the first time I did this, you can just brute force it. Because it's a 50-50 of you getting it right the first time or not of each of the questions. So even if you do get it wrong, it just resets and then you have to ask the questions again. Then you get asked the questions again. So you effectively just fake knowing the actual answer and push through regardless. But once you actually know the answers, that's when you can start answering a lot more pieces of the story. Albeit, you're probably not going to get proper answers until about Route B anyway. Time for the hard part.
It's the twins from your village.
Popola? Devila? What are you doing here?
Hey, any chance you'll just go back to the village? This is a very dangerous place. Even if you can find Yona here, you probably can't get her out.
How did you get here?
Shh. We're asking the questions right now.
What are you two doing here?
What are you two doing here?
I'm not going to answer that. You can figure it out yourself.
We're here to rescue Yona.
No dice, huh? Well, I guess we don't have a choice then. No, I suppose not. How sad. We didn't want to fight you. We really didn't want to.
Devil, what's happening?
Sorry, but this fate was predetermined. Still, we spoke to truth. We really wanted to avoid this if possible. We were hoping to put it off for 100 years or so. Until the next generation came along.
What are you talking about?
Are they shades?
I don't think so.
It's a lie. I don't believe it.
We never thought we'd grow to be this powerful.
This is madness. Why do you block our path?
You have no cause to speak so with us, Grimoire Vice. You are a traitor.
What now?
verses.
Of course we can. The power came from us in the first place. You were simply loaned a small portion of it.
Vice, are you all right?
Popola, why are you guys doing this? Why are you siding with the Shades?
I forgot that they can guard break me. This fight was also partly why I didn't use two-handed swords, since they can really knock you far away with just one tap.
The answer to every riddle lies within the heart of the Shadow Lord.
Shadow Lord? So you've been on his side this whole time?
You must search for that answer yourself. You've got to face your own truth now. Please, enter the Shadow Lord's castle.
Devola and Popola are fighting us.
Yes, they do seem to be putting us through a great deal of...
You okay, Vice?
How odd. For long years, my mind and tongue have been my greatest assets. But now the latter seems to be... Well...
Vice?
Do not look at me like that. I am Grimoire Vice. I am perfect.
Vice's slurring did not used to have that radio effect.
I think I hear a waltz.
In the original, it was not nearly as, it was not nearly as robotic as that. That static is something completely new for this version. I believe this track was Waltz of the Evanescent, which is also just another re-rendition of Ashes of New Dreams.
It certainly is a grand affair.
Bunch of dancing bastards.
They're all Shades!
I think we're locked in!
It's not like I was planning to leave.
Yeah, it's a bit late for that.
The XP rate, 30%, so I was wrong about it being, that cap being 25 before. Okay, there's a lot that are around here. Time for Old Reliable. Three, four. still works. This is also kind of where the slight optimization gets a lot more useful. Mostly because you're dealing with a lot bigger enemies who also hit a lot harder, and there's a lot more of them. Naturally, seeing as you're kind of at the end of the game. But seeing as this is the first go-around, it will mean that they are kind of tough. And this is just the welcoming party. Are they buffed? Yeah, they look buffed. They're glowing purple. They're like a pinkish. Ooh la la. One of them's flying around. I can't reach that high.
Damn it! It won't stop coming!
I'll open the next door. Cover me.
Oh, how I do love a good
Twice!
Hmm? Oh, right. Protect the hussy, yes? Good plan. Let's go.
It's really shaking that off. I think it's better if I keep Dark Wall.
Protect Kaine for us.
Kaine! Hurry!
It's not open yet? Do I look like a goddamn locksmith to you?
No, you idiots. What are you doing?
Lock doesn't want to open? Fine. I'll just break it down.
Stop, you impatient fool.
Goddamn no good bullshit bastard! Open the fuck up already! Ugh!
Got it.
Kaine, look out!
Ugh!
Are they worth? These things are freaking me out!
Okay, we need the wall here.
Kaine! What's wrong?
We need to help Kaine!
You okay?
Yeah, but we got problems.
Ah,
We don't need forgiveness, asshole.
Kaine?
I wonder who she said that to.
How should I know?
Are you alright?
I'm fine. Let's just kill some shit and move on, alright?
2, 3.
Damn it! How could something so big be so fast?
Easy.
Oh dear.
Not so easy. Uh-oh. It's also missing the giant glowing red spot that the other one did. Had a lot lower health.
Can we even hurt this thing?
Ah! Oh no! I can't stop now. Damn it!
Stay focused, Kaine. Don't fall victim to such distractions.
Come on! We have to keep going! Let's go! This way! Move!
Even though I didn't take any direct physical hits, I was slowly losing health in there. Hey, Dragon Lance. Also one of the weapons that you can easily miss if you don't pick it up. I think if I give it the attack power increase... If I give this the attack power increase, I also think it does more damage. It might do more damage than what I have right now. Uh-huh. Also give it the XP boost.
Up here!
This is where I learned about the whole dash, and dash with the spear, and then press an attack button. Because I could not get through this part beforehand without doing it.
How can we deal with this thing?
Because of the boxes in your way, they can very easily slow you down. So it is easier to roll an attack like this. Because if there's a box in your way, you simply just break it. And it also maintains your momentum. That was the main way I was able to get through that, because otherwise I literally wasn't able to.
Damn it, I can't get it open!
And I've basically been doing that every time that I've been beating this game since. That's why I've become such a fan of the Lance.
The entrance is locked too!
It seems we are in a bit of a predicament.
2, 3, it's gonna jump. I don't think I have...
Strike the beast while it's down.
I don't think I have Dark Lance powers increased.
Hit the thing while it's down!
Surprised this one gave you so much trouble. Yeah, sure, you fight something else that's also immortal. Don't know how they knew that I was here, but they seem very set on repaying that debt.
What are you doing here?
You are correct.
But
That's good of one you hold no steer.
hey, stop! Let me go! Stop it! Damn it! King, no!
We'll meet again, you and I, once all this is over.
No! Open the door! You can't fight that thing on your own!
Defeat the Shadow Lord and get your sister back. How many rules are we about the shadow we broke? 88, my liege. I remember all these things. That line asking about how many rules they're about to break is one of my favorites in the entire game.
Knock it off already. Let's go.
Kaine.
He's fighting for you. And for Fira. Don't let him die for nothing.
My friend.
Speaking of sobbing...
Devila! Popola!
Oh, look. You made it. We've been waiting for so long.
Why are you doing this?
It began 1300 years ago. Humanity, finding itself on the brink of extinction, undertook a last-ditch rescue plan called Project Gestalt.
Gestalt?
Do you still not remember, Grimoire Weiss? Then let's give you a refresher.
Obtain Project Gestalt documents.
Weiss! My mind. I remember. Devila. Popola. You are not human. In fact. Oh no.
Yeah, sometimes the truth can be a real bitch. You want to finish that thought for him, sister? All of us. Every person standing in this room are mere shells created by the true humans.
What are you saying?
You still don't get it? You aren't human.
So then humans, I mean, the true humans, are extinct?
No, they still live on. You know them as shades. Each shade is a twisted remnant of what was once a human being.
Crazy, huh? Now let's skip the part where you stand there with your mouths agape and just get down to business.
Wait.
Sorry, but we're gonna be needing that shell of yours. The rightful owner has been waiting for a very long time. Please don't be angry with us. We are only doing our duty. Our endless existences have a single purpose: to control the lives of others in accordance with the will of the true humans. You have your own motives, your own desires. And we have ours. I fear it really is just that
simple.
Don't speak such foolishness.
Sorry.
I hate how beautiful she is. Right as the battle starts, they give you the important information that explains everything. Project Gestalt Report 0923. As noted in the previous report, implementation of Gestalt mode can prevent the white chlorination syndrome we recently experienced. Transfer of bodily information to civilization repressed replicant is proceeding as planned, with the genes of the original safely stored inside. Our role as surveillance androids to prepare for when the incurable bacterial disease eventually dies out is also underway. So far, this is proceeding without an issue. Observer 021, codename Popola. You can absolutely just miss this. I missed it multiple times. Because it's like, hey, here's the important information. Weiss has it. It's inside of him. Why would the game stop for you? Gestalt Report 9182. This document discusses potential strategies for the relapse cases we have observed in recent years. The term relapse, of course, refers to catastrophic loss of sentience seen in certain gestalts. This syndrome has defied even our most pessimistic initial estimates and continues to trend upward with disturbing speed. With some relapsed gestalts beginning to attack replicants, there is an urgent need to take comprehensive measure. We remain convinced that the unknown technological defect in the gestalt transformation process is responsible for the condition, but so far have been unable to confirm this theory. Research of this condition is now our top priority and looks likely to continue for some time. Observer 022, codename Devila. Gestalt Report 10,432. Shorthand minutes of case 23. Emergency Response Conference, Committee Special Meeting. Issue: observed upward trend in relapses, noted and discussed. Issue: acceleration of restoration schedule, approved. Report: debate over using codename Noir for human restoration schedule. Report: preparations to launch Weiss, the coding system for above. Report: order collection of guidance and release code for Banii Cho alongside Weiss launch. Observer 021, codename Popola. Observer 022, codename Devila. Report 11,242. We have determined that the rise of relapses was due to an unexpected spike in the sentience of replicants, as well as a genetic instability within the original Gestalt. It seems the original's effects on bodies that have undergone the Gestalt process was not anticipated in advance. Immediate action must be undertaken to identify the links between this trend and the original Gestalt, along with its sister, the relapse case known as Yona. The Observer Contact Group is growing uneasy, so finding a solution to the relapse issue should be considered a top priority. See other reports for more details. Observer 021, codename Popola.
You and us, we're the same. Tools in the hands of a master.
No, I'm nothing like you.
A remarkable remix for also one of my favorite songs in the entire series. I can't say exactly when, but it's coming soon where, like, this... I love this remix. Like, beyond words. I thought I really liked Atonement, but this version... This is also why I really can't imagine changing the music to the Automata stuff.
Devila? Devila? Popola, are you crying? No! Don't die! You know, Popola, I understand now why we're twins. It's because we were born without souls. Devila, I can't stop the bleeding. Oh God, I can't stop it. This world is too lonely for one without a soul. There's too much emptiness. Our souls are missing. And yet somehow our tears still work. It's kind of weird. Sorry, sis. I love you. Devil! Devil! Don't you go! No, no, I can't be alone! Devil!
Don't die alone.
Popola. Let's stop this now.
Stop? Stop? Now you want to stop? You think you have the luxury to stop? You cut down my sister like a goddamn animal and now you want to stop? Popola, wait! It doesn't have to— No one stops! It's way too late to stop! No one stops!
Please, don't do this, Popola! You and Devila were like parents to me!
Those two have watched the world wither for time immemorial. The cruelness of such a fate is difficult to imagine.
I don't want to do this! I don't want to fight her!
Stop bitching and start fighting! It's the only way!
That part. That part plus, like, I'm bringing it up because, like, that part means nothing to people who only play Automata, but, like, the line that she has specifically, like, at Route C of "Don't die alone," like, the way it cuts so specifically because it builds off of this moment. Like, that part really hurt. And it only hurt because of the way that this moment did. And using specifically Popol's version of Song of the Ancients here.
No stopping. No stopping ever.
The bridge!
Blast! We're trapped!
I got an idea.
I fear we're done for.
It'll be all right.
Huh?
You know, when I was young, I hated my eyes. And now that I'm older, I hate what my body has become. But there's something else there now. Something like pride, you know? I mean, without all this, I couldn't have become your friend. Goodbye, my friends. Thank Thank you for everything.
Emil!
For so long, all I could do was destroy. But now, I have a chance to save something. No! Now get going, okay?
Emil!
Don't worry about me. I'm gonna be fine.
Emil! Emil!
Emil! You jackass, get back here! Emil!
Oh dear. Kaine's so unstable, and Vice can't stop arguing with people. I hope they can hold it together once I'm gone. Well, I guess they'll just have to learn. I want to see you again. I want to see all of you again. Just one more time. I'm scared. I don't want to die.
Let's go.
Yeah.
can't even, like, remember how many times I've seen that scene. And it still hurts. Between everything with Popola and Davila, and then a meal. Like, that part of the game just hurts. You don't need to be crazy to kill. You just have to believe that you're in the right.
Yona!
I love this remix for Shadow Lord. Remix is the incorrect term. A re-rendition.
This ends here.
Strike hard. Hold nothing back.
How can a mere tool hope to stand against the Shadow Lord?
Don't speak in such a manner, fool. I am nothing like you.
Rearrangement. That also works too.
Be careful!
I know!
alright?
Naturally, I'm as fit as a fiddle.
Admittedly, the one thing, like, I love the back and forth that this fight feels like. And you only really get the equal back and forth feeling, like, on your first go.
Wait. Brother?
Yoda.
The lighting in this game, and especially this room, is gorgeous.
Huh?
Please, just stop. I don't want to do this anymore. I don't need someone else's body. I don't want it. There's another girl inside this body. I can hear her. She won't stop crying. She says she wants to see her brother.
Yoda's been possessed?
This girl loves her brother too, just as much as I do. It's not right, you know? It's not right that she can't see him. It's you, isn't it?
Yes, it's me. Let's go home.
I'm really sorry. I don't know what to. I'm so very sorry. No matter what. Just know that I love you.
Hurry. The shade that possessed her is gone.
The design does look different.
Kaine, watch over Yoda for me. You want me to understand your sadness? Think I'm gonna sympathize with you? I swore to protect my sister and my friends. If someone puts them in danger, they must stand aside or be cut down. Now come on! Let's finish this!
What's wrong?
You're freaking me out here, Vice.
What are you doing?
Humanity's eventual damnation and downfall entirely because of one selfless girl.
One moment, please.
You okay?
Fine, just fine. All right, now.
Vice.
It seems some headstrong idiot has decided to push me beyond my limits. I should have taken that job as a cookbook when I had the chance.
Vice. Sorry.
Only joking. I hate cookbooks.
But
let's go. Out of the way. I have one final task to fulfill.
Where are you going?
Why, to stop him, of course. But after that, it's up to you. Only you can see this battle to its conclusion. I wish you luck, my friend.
You can't. I swore I'd always fight by your side.
You are an exceedingly stubborn lad. You know that is. Perhaps that's why I've so enjoyed our time together. But I fear this is where our journey ends.
Vice!
Oh, and remember what I told you about using my full name? Well, forget it. I've grown rather fond of Vice.
Vice. I knew you'd come around.
Don't let it go to your head now.
I have something to defend. I have a reason to live.
The use of dynamic music, especially here, is one of my favorite changes in this re-release. The one complaint I will have when it comes to this release specifically, I liked how this room looked in the original version a lot more. It was a lot more opulent. But I think that decay and grime and rust also have its own appeal to it too. It looks a lot less like an actual castle and more just decrepit, which fits a lot better. Like a hollowed out warehouse. Not really befitting of a lord.
Is Iona all right? Oh God, no.
Oh, please, the girl is fine.
Weiss? Where are you? Are you okay?
I am as well as can be, considering I have lost my physical form. Doubtless my voice will be the next to go, so listen closely. Your sister is safe. Do not mourn her, and do not give up hope. Instead, you must call her back to you.
How?
Use your memories. Recall the times you spent with her. Present her with proof that the two of you live still, and that your lives have meaning.
I don't know.
Typical. But take heart. I know you can do it.
What's my favorite food? Cookies. What's my favorite book? That's my magic storybook. What's my favorite place? Home with you. What's my favorite flower? The lunar tear, of course. Okay,
one more question.
Who do I love more
than anyone?
Is that you?
Yona.
Is this my body?
Yes, Yona. It's yours and yours alone.
You look bigger than before. Like you've grown up.
Well, yeah. I guess you haven't seen me for a while.
Have I been asleep this whole time?
Something like that.
It's almost like I'm a princess from some fairy tale.
Oh, Yona. I'm so happy to have you back.
Me too.
Kaine.
You and your sister, you have a good life, Kay?
Where are you gonna go?
Guess I'll...
You could stay with us, you know.
Thanks, but I'll pass. You know how it is. I got my own shit to take care of.
What do you mean?
Personal shit, alright? Anyway, take it easy, yeah?
Kaine.
Hey, look! It's beautiful. For the longest time, I heard someone telling me how they wanted to see the light. And now, they can finally see it. I love it.
Route A ends on somewhat of a happy note.
It's so sunny today.
Yeah, it sure is.
Ashes of New Dreams. I will briefly let these credits roll, because I need to use the bathroom quickly, but that is not where I'm ending the stream, because I also have a reason to yell. But yeah, that is the end of Route A. Literally one of my favorite games. Who puts credits in alphabetical order? And very important question. It's very funny. Also might have something to do if your name starts with a Y. But yeah, I'll let this play for a bit and I'll be right back. Aaron Fitzgerald plays Louise. I didn't know that. Interesting. Yeah, no, I like alphabetical order credits, if not just to be unique. Keep an eye out for K. Oh, would you look at that? I miss K. But yeah, no, I love this game. I love this game a lot. Hidden so deep in veils of deceit, imprisoned in twisting spells. Are we the plaything of thieves, or merely the dreams that we're telling ourselves, telling us? Spike Spencer, huh? There's a lot of question marks for credits. Veronica Taylor was in this too. Nice. There's Yoko Taro! Creative director. Yui Ishikawa. Also question mark. Interesting. Yuri Lowenthal. Zach Aguilar for player for the first half. I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't see any credits that were in the case. Oh, look at that. Exit the clear data save screen. Completed a game within 15 hours. Oh, wow. I actually did do that this time. This was not here. This was not here during the original game. You can now read a departed mother's diary in your house. Wardrobe. New outfits can be obtained by progressing through a departed mother's diary. Change music has been added. So, that is one of the most important changes that they put into this game. Saying, hey, load up your file. Because a lot of people didn't do that. So a lot of people finished Nier and that was it. However, just like how I'm lying with the stream title, I'm actually going to go a little bit into the start of this.
Whenever I interacted with Kaine, I was reminded about something from my past. Maybe my mind has been confusing her with my sister this whole time. Anyway.
Isn't it pretty interesting for New Game Plus to immediately throw you in like at the halfway mark? Not even at the clean halfway mark, a little bit past after the time skip? Kaine streams. Discrimination. I also made sure that I had a lot of water. The sound of rain filled the village. The steep cliffs that surrounded the area magnified sound, causing even the slightest drizzle to rattle like a thunderstorm. Thin wisps of smoke streamed from huts as the villagers huddled in their homes and waited out the rain. A single child, however, had braved the downpour and was now wandering slowly toward the wooden, hawk-shaped weather vane at the center of town. The wanderer reached the vane, which had existed for as long as any could remember, and stared. The child's face was simultaneously delicate and fierce, like a teacup that had survived a shipwreck. Those traits combined with pale white skin to give the face an almost sexless quality. If the beak turns east, I go home. If it stays west, then I... The child blinked. Rain slowly dripped down the young one's short hair and began its long descent to the ground. Come on. Come on. The child felt a slight breeze and watched as the vein slowly creaked to life. Spinning this way and that for a moment, it finally settled with the beak pointing firmly toward the east. East? Really? Before the vein could move again, a jagged rock came spinning and tumbling through the air, striking home against the child's head. The force of the blow dropped the child to the ground as a hail of stones began to fall all around. Oh no, they found me. A heartbreaking smile crept across the child's face as the stones continued their assault. Through the rain, the sound of multiple footsteps grew louder before a voice rang out. Yoo-hoo, Kaine. The voice belonged to Demo, worst of all the bullies in the area. As Kaine struggled to stand, a final stone came skittering through the mud and bounced against her foot. Blood oozed from a cut above her eye and blurred her vision, but she could make out the shapes of Demo and his usual gang of idiots. The boy seemed taken aback for a moment by Kaine's seeming indifference to the blood dripping from her face, but quickly regained his bravado. "What's up, freak? You like the rain? You like getting all wet? Or did you finally decide to run away from home?" Though she knew it was futile, Kaine turned to leave. Before she could get more than a few steps, the other children scrambled to surround her, cruelty burning in their eyes. Kaine knew those were not the only eyes on her. The tormentor's parents watched from the safety of their homes. She was attuned to the sensation. It was one she had experienced many times before. While some villagers simply turned a blind eye to the actions of their children, many encouraged it openly. In a society ruled by superstition and fear, Kaine was something to be hated, and if possible, destroyed. "I didn't say you could leave, freak." Demo's words chewed at her like a worm through an apple. "He can't hurt me," she lied to herself. "Be strong, be brave. He can't hurt me, he can't hurt me, he can't hurt." "Oh look, the little freak is gonna cry. What's wrong? Are you sad that everyone hates you and wants you dead?" Kaine prayed for the rain to flood down and carry her away from a world that seemed to have no place for her. But if there were gods, they chose to ignore her. As Demo crept ever closer, the clouds began to thin and the rain slowed. "Even the weather hates me. I'm useless, a failure. I wish Demo's rock had taken my head off." Kaine couldn't meet Demo's leering gaze. She lowered her eyes and stared at the muddy ground below. The bully moved forward until he was inches away. She could smell the scent of old meat on his breath. The boy grabbed Kaine's face with thick fingers and yanked it upwards. She tried to turn away, but he forced her gaze back and jammed his thumb against her eyelid to pry it open. "Show me." "No." "Did you just say no?" Demo grinned evilly. "You don't say no to me. No one says no to me." Not even taking his attention from Kaine, he called his cohorts. "Come on, guys, let's give the freak what she deserves." As soon as Demo finished, kicks and blows began to rain down upon Kaine. Demo paused, still grinning, as Kaine curled into a ball and tried to make the pain stop. "I don't get you, freak. What you acting like a girl for, huh? Everyone knows what you really are." Kaine ignored the question, choosing instead to stare at the weather vane. It continued to point east, as if supremely confident about the future it had chosen for her. Go home? Yeah, that's a funny joke for someone with dead parents and no home to go to. "Freak," chanted the children. "Freak, freak, freak." Kaine closed her eyes and listened to the rain, waiting for the pain to start. As the clutching hands of the village children closed around her, she bent her mind to the sound of the rain, letting it become her world entire. The rain fell, but the pain never came. Only when the laughter of her tormentors turned to terrified cries did she dare to open a single blood-caked eye. Kaine was shocked to see Demo sprawled on the ground, holding his head and screaming in pain. She could see blood welling from spaces between his fat, twisted fingers. Oh my god, he's crying. He's actually crying. Deprived of their leader, the other children glanced back and forth between themselves, as if waiting for someone to step forward and take charge. When no savior emerged, they began an uneasy shuffle away from Kaine. But the young girl was the least of their concerns. Instead, their attention was wrapped on an ancient woman standing a few feet away. After struggling for breath for a moment, she finally spoke in a voice thick with rage. Hurts like a bitch, don't it? Now I suggest you scatter before I throw another one. And if any of you little bastards ever touch my Kaine again, I'll do far worse than throw a rock. You can count on it. The old woman crouched down and gently touched the hand Demo was using to cover the wound. Before he could think to protest, she ground her palm into the wound and twisted back and forth. Ow! He screamed, leaping to his feet. Stop it! What are you doing? Quit whining. Ain't no one ever died from a scratch. You hit me with a rock, you stupid bitch. A big one. That thing could have killed me. The old woman shrugged. Death is the best cure for stupid. Demo's face twisted with rage at her words. Locking his eyes on Kaine, he took a step backward and spat on the ground. Get out. Leave this village. No one wants you here, either of you. Seeing the old woman grab another stone, Demo and his companions turned tail and ran. As they fled, the old woman grabbed her side and barked out a single laugh. Ha! Look at the fat boy go. Guess he's healthy enough to run from a fight. The woman's smile faded as she turned her attention to Kaine. Kneeling down, she removed her shawl and placed it all around the young girl's shoulders, then produced a cloth from the folds of her dress and began blotting at the blood on her forehead. Oh, Kaine, she said, why didn't you fight back? You're stronger than that lot. The words of her grandmother stung Kaine, and she turned away. Don't be nice to me, she said. I don't deserve it. Nothing matters anymore. Her tears, held in check for so long, finally began to fall on the muddy ground below. Everyone hates me. They think I cause bad things to happen. They think I'm a freak. I wish I was dead. As Kaine's tears turned to sobs, she felt her grandmother's hands on her shoulders. Despite her advanced age and diminutive size, she was a woman of surprising strength, and Kaine found herself unable to turn away. Don't talk like that, girl. It's a river wide and deep that flows between the realms of this world and the next, and it grants no mercy to any that attempt the crossing. You got a duty to fight until your last breath. Understand? The old woman tightened her grip and tried to still the tremor in her voice. You know the pain of losing someone close to you, Kaine. You know because you survived it. As the words hit home, Kaine was struck by the force of her love for the old woman. As a young child, she didn't even know of her grandmother, but when her parents died, the woman quickly accepted her as her own. Grandma, as Kaine calls her, was cunning, vulgar, and quick to violence, and their first few years together had not been easy. But with each year that passed, Kaine and her grandmother had grown closer. However, it was only now, sitting in the mud with tears and blood caking her face, that Kaine truly understood the depths of her affection. Here was a woman who had seen hard times, who had seen death, who had fought through all these things and somehow emerged on the other side. If anyone could understand Kaine's pain and loneliness, it was her. Do I make you sick, Grandma? Of course not. Don't be an ass. Kaine drew her grandmother's moth-eaten shawl around her body and shuddered. But my body, it's not normal. If I was normal, then Mom and Dad wouldn't... Hush, interrupted Grandma. I'll not hear another word of this nonsense. You're my granddaughter, and I love you. And if folks have a problem with that, they can just go to hell. With that, the old woman reached out and placed a wreath of dried flowers in Kaine's hair. The skill it took to bend the flowers without breaking the stems or losing a single petal was remarkable, and the beauty of it made Kaine want to cry all over again. Oh my gosh, these are lunar tears. Grandma, you made this for me? Lunar tears were legendary flowers. Most people could live their entire lives without even seeing one, and yet her grandmother had somehow collected a dozen or more. Kaine reached up and touched a wreath as if she couldn't believe it was real. Where'd you find these? Just stumbled on them while I was out doing the shopping. The old woman turned away as she spoke, leading Kaine to suspect that the search had been more difficult than she was letting on. The pains she took to construct the ornament, let alone track down the flowers used in its construction, made Kaine's heart hurt. She reached up and gently adjusted the wreath, admiring the way it felt between her fingers. Didn't quite turn out right, said her grandmother as she squinted at it. These old hands have trouble with delicate work, but it sure looks good on a pretty girl like you. Kaine blushed and turned away. You think I'm pretty? Of course you are. What a fool thing to say. Thank you, Grandma. Her grandmother smiled. We're gonna be fine, you and me, she said. As long as we got each other, we'll be just fine. Kaine took her grandmother's hand in hers, and the two of them struggled to their feet. As they began the long walk home, Kaine gripped the hand with all her might, as if trying to stop smoke from drifting away on the wind. The rain had stopped. Kaine stood beneath the weather vane, watching it spin in lazy circles, no longer caring about the direction it faced when it stopped. I don't need to escape. I have a home now. Grandma loves me, and that's enough. Even if it's us against the world. Kaine let her gaze drift up past the vane and into the cloudy sky. The last faint hints of a rainbow were slowly fading. As she turned and headed for home, the light scattered into a million particles and vanished, seemingly taken away on the breeze. There's a reason I wanted to read this now instead of at the start of the next stream. In the distance, Kaine heard the steady sounds of an axe striking wood. The noise had a purposeful quality to it, as if she was hearing a master woodsman go about his work. The firewood being produced, however, was far from a work of art as could be. Pieces of every shape and size were being flung about a barren yard with wild ambition. Anyone trying to stack such wood would probably die of frustration before the job was through. Stupid piece of shit axe. Kaine's grandmother flailed away with the axe, filling the air with both splinters of wood and words that would make the most hardened sailor blush. Grandma, called Kaine. That you, Kaine? Yelled the old woman, taking her eyes off the wood for a moment. Don't get too close or I might take your goddamn foot off by mistake. She brought the axe down on the piece of wood, sending chips flying in every direction. One spun past Kaine close enough for her to hear the whistle, at which point she decided to step back. When she scuttled to a safe distance, she cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted, Grandma, do you need help? I can get you water or lunch or a new axe or something. The axe, poised to strike another wobbly blow, paused in midair. The old woman considered her granddaughter's offer for a moment, then smiled. Tell you what, since I'm doing such a piss-poor job of chopping, why don't you come here and take over so I can go get the water? Shades have been restless lately, and I don't want you running into one of them bastards. Relinquishing the axe, her grandmother picked up a long pole with wooden buckets on either end. Gathering water was by far the most difficult of the two jobs, but Kaine knew better than to complain. Once Grandma's mind was set, there was no changing it. Kaine did her best to help with chores, but Grandma took every task that required travel to the village. Though she had a long list of plausible excuses, Kaine knew the real reason. She didn't want her granddaughter to be taunted and harassed by the villagers. Once Kaine moved in, Grandma decided to take up residence a good distance from the area. Out of sight, out of mind seemed to be the best policy when it came to the villagers and her granddaughter, and rare were the days when any but the two of them could be found on the rocky acre of land that they called home. Kaine enjoyed the solitude, but harbored a secret resentment that her grandmother was forced to spend her golden years in such a place. After watching her grandmother leave, Kaine turned her attention to the task at hand. She had never chopped wood before in her life, and soon discovered why the old woman hated the chore. Swing after swing of the axe produced only a tiny crack in the wood, and when she finally managed to connect with a solid stroke, the tool embedded itself in the log and refused to budge. Frustrated, Kaine swung the axe around her head and threw it, log and all, across the yard. Damn it, crap. She suddenly understood the joy her grandmother felt in a good curse. Happier now, she picked up the axe, forced it from the wood, and resumed chopping. She had a natural skill with a blade, but the task was challenging, and blisters soon began to form on her small pink hands. This is tough, and my logs are all weird sizes. Spitting on her palms and ignoring the pain, Kaine redoubled her efforts. Just as she was developing a rhythm, Grandma returned from the village. Setting down her buckets with a small sigh, she took one look at the logs and coughed out a wheezy laugh. Pretty clumsy girl. You better practice if you... Her grandmother suddenly collapsed to her knees, causing one of the buckets to wobble precariously. Eyes wide, Kaine dropped the axe and ran to her grandmother's side. Grandma. The old woman shook her head and pointed a trembling finger at the bucket. Get the bucket. Can't let it spill. Kaine steadied the bucket with a foot as she knelt by her grandmother. A small bit of water sloshed over the side and made a new home in the hem of her dress, but Kaine didn't notice. Grandma, what's happening? Crazed with panic, she grabbed her grandmother by the shoulders and shook. After a moment, the woman lifted her arms and batted Kaine away. Stop that. Just stop, she cried, breathing heavily. It ain't like I'm dying. Just tired from the trip is all. Kaine desperately wanted to believe her, but one look at the woman's shaking hands and worn face told her more than the words ever could. Her grandmother had lived a long, hard life, and it seemed the bill was finally coming due. The time when her grandmother watched over Kaine was ending. Sooner than either of them had feared, the possessions would be reversed. The next morning, Kaine came to the side of her grandmother's bed and took her wrinkled hand. Grandma, you're sick, and you need medicine. I'm going to the village. The old woman shook her head and tried to rise, but Kaine gently pushed her down. It's all right, she said. I'll be fine. Her grandmother fixed her with a gaze that could melt steel. After what seemed an eternity, she finally lowered her eyes and sighed. Well, I don't like it, damn it. God damn it. But I guess I should quit being so stubborn and let you grow up. The old woman watched as Kaine strapped on her boots and made her way down the road to the village. Hours later, as an unseen sun made its way across a dark and rainy sky, she was still watching. Kaine moved at a brisk pace, checking her pockets every few minutes to make sure the money her grandmother gave her was still there. Every noise caused her to spin on her heels, making sure she wasn't being stalked by a shade, or worse, Demo and his gang. But she encountered neither tormentors nor shades, and Kaine finally found herself at the entrance of the village. The few adults she could see glanced sideways at her, then muttered to each other behind raised hands before slinking away into the shadows. Her heart racing, Kaine took a series of rapid, shallow breaths and tried to calm herself. I have to prove myself. I have to help Grandma. I have to be strong. She chanted those words to herself over and over as she slowly made her way. Finally, her eyes settled on the rotund older woman who was angrily waving her arms in the air and telling anyone who would listen exactly what she thought of Kaine's presence. Hey lady, said Kaine with a bravado she did not feel. Where's the apothecary? The woman's flabby cheek shook in bewildered anger. How dare this thing speak to me? They seemed to say. But Kaine saw that her eyes held a different emotion. Fear. Yeah, we're both scared, lady. Trust me on this one. Which way? Kaine repeated. The woman pointed at the small building to her right before hitching up her dress and stumbling off in the other direction. Kaine cringed, expecting a stone to come flying from the assembled crowd, but none came. Her mind was filled with a strange sense of pride as she made her way to the apothecary, but the new emotion had little time to take root, for as soon as she opened a door, she noticed a familiar customer at the counter. It was Demo. He'd clearly been sent here on some kind of family errand because his gang of followers was nowhere to be found. Oh my god, he sputtered. I mean, what are you doing here, freak? The insult was delivered without force, and Kaine happily ignored it. Stretching on tiptoes to see over the counter, she asked the shopkeeper for the medicine. Ha, barked Demo. The old bitch finally keel over? Go to hell, Demo. The boy's eyes grew so wide they seemed ready to fall out of his head, but before he could let fly a comeback, or worse, a punch, the apothecary told them to knock it off before he kicked them out of the store. Demo slunk out of the shop, cursing Kaine under his breath. Once he was gone, she allowed herself to breathe once more, taking a brief tour of the shop while the owner prepared her medication. Countless tiny bottles filled the cramped store, each with a label written in some indecipherable language. An ocean of aromas assaulted her nose, creating a scent that was exotic, but not altogether unpleasant. Seeing such a variety of supplies gave Kaine a sense of peace. Surely in a world so vast, there would be a place that she could call home. On the far wall behind the counter rested a portrait of a stunning young girl. The picture had once contained bright, vibrant colors, but time had worked its cruel magic, and they were beginning to fade. The beauty of the work, however, remained undiminished. You like that picture? Kaine turned to find the apothecary with a small vial of medicine in his hand. His eyes were gentle, but sad, and they seemed to stare through her and into nothing as he had spoke. That's my daughter. I sketched it when she was just a little girl. She's been dead a long time now. Kaine didn't know how to respond. She just stared at the portrait, trying to come up with the right words. Pictures are wonderful things, continued the shopkeeper. They let the ones closest to you live on forever. He shook his head slightly, then looked down at Kaine and smiled, handing her the medicine. He reached into a sizable green apron and produced a handful of old wax crayons. You should have these. There's no one left that I wish to draw. Kaine took an instinctive step back, causing the shopkeeper's face to darken. Yes, I've heard the rumors about you, he said. It's a small village, and word travels quickly. Between you and me, I'm not sure which of them to believe, but I also don't think they matter much. I know your grandmother, Kali, and I think the way she was driven out of this town was deplorable. It's just deplorable. Grandma's name is Kali? Thought Kaine suddenly. She was still mulling this new fact over in her mind as she reached out and gently took the crayons from the apothecary's hands. Your grandmother is an old friend of mine, he said as Kaine scooted away yet again, and I owe her much. I wager she would like it if you drew a picture of her. Yes, I think she would like that very much. Kaine muttered a quiet agreement, but inside her heart was bursting. Never before had a villager treated her with anything but complete contempt. It was a tiny, almost imperceptible step, but it was a step nonetheless. And with enough tiny steps, she might one day discover the rest of the world. When Kaine returned home, she found her grandmother asleep in her bed. Her feet were blackened and raw, even bleeding a bit in places, leading Kaine to think that she had been pacing around the room until exhaustion finally caught up with her. She placed the medicine by her grandmother's pillow and turned to leave, but found the old woman's hand clasped around her arm. Back already, are you? Asked her grandmother with a yawn. Come here, let me have a look at you. Grandma sat up and examined Kaine from head to toe, finally satisfied that nothing terrible had befallen her grandchild. She leaned back and allowed herself to relax. Well, how was it? Those bastards give you any trouble? It was kind of fun, said Kaine with a small smile. No, seriously, it was. Fun, eh? Asked her grandmother in a voice which implied she believed anything but. Uh-huh. So anytime you need me to run an errand, just let me know. And as she spoke, Kaine removed the crayons from her pocket. After a brief explanation of their source, she informed her grandmother that she was going to sketch her portrait. A portrait of me? Ridiculous. No one wants to stare at a wrinkled old crone. But Grandma, it'll make you live forever. Horse shit, said her grandmother, throwing back the sheet from her bed. Living forever would just piss me off. Now put those crayons away and help with dinner. But Kaine would not relent, and in the end, Grandma found herself leaning against the wall of their house as if posing for a master artist. Kaine took up the crayons, eyed her subject carefully, and set to work. Just as her grandmother was about to nod off, Kaine finished the piece. After staring at it for a bit, she released it from her grip and let it slowly drift to the floor. It's terrible. It doesn't look like you at all. I'm sorry, Grandma. I'm sorry, Grandma. I thought these crayons would, make drawing easy or something. The old woman's eyes narrowed at her granddaughter's disappointment. Let me be the judge of that, she said, ignoring the pain in her back and reaching for the paper. The sketch could have been a person's face. It also could have been a boulder, a lump of clay, or an incredibly misshapen loaf of bread, all rendered in a chaotic array of colors. The old woman stared at the picture for a long time, then slowly wheezed out a laugh. Oh, Kaine, she said between laughter, you truly are my blood. You're as clumsy as me, and I love it. But, hush. I won't hear any more bull about how ugly you think it is. It came from the heart, and I'll treasure it always. True to her word, the old woman gave the picture a place of honor above the kitchen table. In the days that followed, Kaine would often catch her staring at the portrait with a strange smile on her face, an action she interpreted as silent, mocking laughter. A week later, Kaine could stand it no longer and asked her grandmother to take the artwork down. Posh, said the old woman. I'll take this down when they roll me in my shroud. She pondered this for a bit, then turned to Kaine and dropped to one knee. Listen to me, girl. Seeing this picture makes me happy in a way I've never felt before. And it makes me want to go on, so that someday you can feel the same happiness. It was a moment that burned itself into Kaine's memory. A perfect blend of pride and love and joy that came together to form a lifelong remembrance. She swore to never forget this moment, to never forget the old woman who had made her place in the world possible. Time moves on. People and memories move in and out of life like ghosts passing through a hall. But this moment will be different, Kaine swore, because I will remember it forever. Forever. Kaine listened to the sound of crackling firewood and stared at the black object on her plate. She'd been pushing it around the wooden disc for a good 10 minutes, ignoring the bemused stare of her grandmother. Finally, she summoned her courage and gave the object a brief sniff. A sharp, bitter scent flew up her nostrils and made its home there, causing her face to twist with disgust. Grandma, I can't believe you want me to eat a bug. The old woman threw some more wood under the cooking pot and snorted. It's not a bug, you fool girl. It's a berry. Why the hell would I be feeding you bugs? Yeah, well, it sure looks like a bug, said Kaine, and I think it's burnt or something because it smells terrible. With that, Kaine held her nose and threw the berry in her mouth, chewing as little as possible. Oh yeah, that's terrible, all right. Why, you little brat, laughed the old woman. Look at the sass on you. You've been spending too much time with me, and that's a fact. 5 years had passed since the moment when Kaine's grandmother saved her from the bullies. As is often the way with two stubborn people, their relationship had grown in fits and starts, but moved upward all the same. Meals that used to be somber affairs were now filled with laughter and hurled abuse in equal measure. Kaine could not remember a time when she had been happier. As the years went by, Kaine started to shoulder more and more of the daily responsibilities. Her grandmother's legs grew weaker by the day, and she could no longer do many of the chores she used to take for granted. And so this morning found Kaine lacing up her work boots with a breakfast of burnt berry rolling through her belly. Where are you going today? Asked Grandma suddenly. Kaine looked up surprised. The old woman rarely asked for specifics anymore. Well, I was going to check out the kelma trees and see if they were ripe. I thought we could make some jam or something. Oh, and I'm going to pick up some flagstones, so I need to take the wheelbarrow. Flagstones? What in the hell for? Kaine stared at her grandmother, then held out an arm and swept it around their home. Constructed mostly of cloth, rope, and rubble, the old place sagged like a boxer in the final round. Grandma, a dying cat could chew through this house. I'm gonna build a stone wall so we have some protection. The old woman laughed, exposing her toothless grin to the world. Goddamn girl. If a bunch of thieves want to ransack this little place, let them come. We got nothing worth stealing anyway. I'm not worried about thieves. I'm worried about shades. People saw one west of the village yesterday. The old woman tilted her head and stared at her grandmother. Well, shoot. I didn't know why you have to do it today. We can worry about it some other. Grandma, no. If I don't go to the calma trees, we won't eat tonight. You know that. A confused expression passed across the old woman's face, and for a moment she was a small child lost at a carnival. Yes, she said after a bit. Yes, of course you're right. I'm sorry, Kaine. Lately it seems my mind is... She didn't finish the thought, instead walking over to the nightstand and gently taking the wreath of lunar tears from the drawer. The flower's petals had aged to a brilliant whiteness, and Kaine thought it was more beautiful now than the day she first received it. You're gonna be a true woman soon, Grandma said as she placed the flowers in the girl's hair. So that means less chatter about shades and more building defensive walls and more talking about how beautiful you've become. Annoyed, Kaine reached up to remove the garland, but the look on her grandmother's face stopped her hand. You're a beautiful thing, said the old woman, and there ain't another like you in all the world. I'm very proud of you. Okay, Grandma, that's enough goddamn compliments for one day. Such a mouth on you. Where did that come from? Gee, I wonder. I'll teach you to sass me, girl, yelled Grandma. Suddenly, she lurched forward and grabbed Kaine by the ears, pulling her around the room with a crazed grin on her face. Grandma, yelled Kaine in a quaking voice. Grandma, stop it. What the hell? The old woman stared at her and blinked, then slowly held her wrinkled hands out as if it was the first time she had ever seen them. Oh, I don't know what happened there. I'm sorry, girl. Sometimes my mind just... Kaine thought the look on her grandmother's face was the most heartbreaking thing she had ever seen. Listen, she began. Maybe I should stay home after all. No, I won't have you stay here to keep an eye on an old codger like me. You go get your fruit and your wall and whatnot. I'll be fine. And when you come back, I'll have a nice grasshopper dinner waiting for you. Kaine rolled her eyes, then kissed her grandmother on the forehead and made ready to depart, trying desperately to ignore the worry that was gnawing at the walls of her heart. Kaine could feel the old woman's eyes watching her as she moved down the path. Don't turn around, she told herself, but in the end, the temptation was too great. She spun on her heel for one final look and saw a small, bent woman standing in front of a ramshackle hut with a sad expression on her face. Gods, she looks so old now. It's like the wind could reach down and just carry her away. Kaine worried about her grandmother all day, causing her work to suffer. What a little fruit she could collect was tossed carelessly into the wheelbarrow, and she only found a couple of stones before losing interest in the project. Finally, as dusk approached, she decided to call it a day. Cursing herself for the lack of focus, Kaine pushed the nearly empty wheelbarrow back down the path. As she crested a final hill, she suddenly froze in place. The wheelbarrow fell from her fingers and collapsed on its side, sending a few pieces of wrinkled brown fruit rolling back down the hill. Her gaze was transfixed by a thick black cloud that hovered just ahead. Tracing its path with a finger, Kaine suddenly felt her stomach gnaw in on itself. No, gods, no. Her grandmother's house was ablaze, the flames licking up as if trying to touch the sky itself. Grandma. Kaine ran then, faster than she ever moved in her life. Once she tripped on a stone and went sprawling into the rocky ground, but she leapt to her feet and continued running, unmindful of the blood that spilled from her wounded hands and knees. As she got closer and closer, Kaine's mind began to race in time with her footfalls. It's too dark. Not just fire. Can't be fire. Too much smoke. Gotta save her. She burst into the front yard and came to a sudden halt, her worst suspicions confirmed. The smoke from the fire was mingling with the thick, inky blackness of an enormous shade. The massive creature supported itself on 3 twisted feet and achieved balance through a means of large armored tail. Scales, horns, and claws sprouted from its body in a random, chaotic pattern, giving it the appearance of a lizard designed by some insane god. Seeing Kaine, it let out a roar and flicked its tail, sending small whirlwinds spinning around the yard. For a moment, the creature retreated into a shimmering, inky blackness, as if her mind was unable to comprehend that such a thing could actually exist. But then the smell hit her, a blend of rotting meat and excrement, and the horror became real once more. The creature bellowed again, and this time Kaine responded with a scream of her own. "All right, you bastard," she thought as her scream echoed off the high cliffs around them. "It's you or me. Let's go." The shade eyed Kaine with a bemused interest. Then it began looking from her to the house and back again, as if urging her to look at the destruction it had so gleefully wrought. With dread building in her heart, Kaine glanced toward the house. Through the smoke and flames, she spotted a small figure struggling to escape the ruins. Grandma. At the sound of her voice, the old woman began waving frantically. "She's alive," thought Kaine. "Alive." Kaine's legs sprang to life as she raced across the yard toward the flaming wreckage of the house. Before she could advance more than a few steps, the shade opened its mouth and let out a roar powerful enough to uproot trees and send them flying. The blast sent Kaine tumbling through the air before smashing her against the rocky earth. Stars danced in front of her eyes as she tried to remember how her legs worked. Get up. Get up. Get up, get up, get up, get up now. As Kaine struggled to her feet, the shade stomped toward the house and pinned her grandmother to the ground with the tip of a claw. The old woman struggled to move the claw from her stomach, but she might have been pushing this mountain. She coughed briefly, sending a small spray of blood into the air, then collapsed to the ground, her energy spent. Kaine lurched to her feet, only to fall back to the earth with a gasp. Her ankles were on fire. One or both of them were surely broken. Ignoring the pain that screamed through her body, she began dragging herself across the ground, leaving a drunken trail of dust and blood in her wake. Grandma, hold on. Just a little longer. Her grandmother's face was turning blue, her eyes rolling back until only the whites were exposed. Kaine pulled herself across the ground with maddening slowness, the distance seeming to increase with every second that passed. The shade glanced between the two women and flicked out its tongue. Its giant mouth turned up at the corners. Short, panting breaths belched from somewhere deep inside its core. Bastard, laughing at us. She had no idea how such a mindless creature could experience emotion, but there could be no doubt the shade wasn't taking joy in their suffering. Yeah, I see your plan. The shade moved its claws slightly, allowing Grandma to breathe again. It was clearly keeping her alive, only to snuff out her life when Kaine was close enough to touch her. I'm gonna kill this bastard. Summoning all her strength, Kaine rose to her feet. There was a sickening snap from her right ankle as the foot twisted backward, but she forced it from her mind and began to hobble toward the monster. Pulling a small knife from the pouch of her waist, she leapt on the foot that pinned her grandmother and plunged the weapon deep. "Give her back," she screamed. "Give her back to me." It was like stabbing a rock. After a few swipes, the knife broke at the hilt with a dull snap. The shade panted laughter again, then rose its tail and sent it rushing through the wind toward the young girl that was latched onto its foot. Kaine never had a chance. The tail struck her square in the chest and sent her crashing into the burning wreckage of the home. As she lay on the ground, with blood pouring from multiple wounds, a small, weak voice spoke up. Kaine. Kaine's vision blurred, but she forced herself to focus on the sound. Finally, her eyes cleared enough for her to make out her grandmother's hands reaching out to her through the smoke. Grandma. Kaine, you gotta run. You can't beat this one. Kaine grabbed the hands and held on with all her strength. Grandma, come on, we have to go. The woman coughed loudly. One of her hands, slick with blood, slipped from Kaine's grasp and thumped to the ground below. Grandma, no. No. I said run, goddammit. You have to live. You have to get through. The thought would stay forever unfinished. Before she could say another word, the shade's clawed foot descended, smashing through the remains of the roof and down upon the shattered figure of the old woman. Blood oozed from gaps in the creature's toes as the terrible putrid smell assaulted Kaine's nose once again. She stared at the foot, dumbfounded, convinced that what she was seeing could not possibly be real. When the creature finally lifted its appendage, all that remained underneath was a twisted, unrecognizable mass of rubble and red. Her grandmother was gone. Kaine blinked, trying to feel the hands which had been in hers just a moment before. For a fleeting instant, she could remember the warmth of that embrace, the trembling of the fingers, but then the sensation drifted away on the breeze and was gone. Memories flashed through Kaine's mind, one after another, faster and faster until they became a meaningless jangle of noise. Kaine screamed then, a thunderous sound that echoed off the cliffs and seemed to roll away forever. The shade eased forward, black ichor pouring from its mouth and dissolving into smoke on the ground below. The earth shook with every step as it crept toward its prey. Kaine's body slowly rose as if controlled by a mad puppeteer. Her arms and legs were bent at impossible angles. Her head lolled dangerously to the side, yet somehow she managed to stand. Staring at the shade, her eyes began to glow with a deep red fire. The creature, so confident just moments before, took a slow, hesitant step backward, trying to discern if this broken human could possibly pose a threat. Kaine seized the moment. Laughing like a madwoman, she leapt into the air and plunged the shattered hilt of her knife deep into the leg of the shade. The shade shook Kaine off like a fly, sending her crashing to the earth once again. Her chest rose and fell slowly, as if a great weight were resting on it. Moist sounds of pain echoed through her mind. Something warm and thick oozed from her ears. Is that blood? Think it is. Think I'm bleeding to death. No, can't die. Grandma told me to live. Deep inside Kaine's mind, something finally broke. The sound, the pain, the smoke and flames, all of it faded away until all that remained was a single incantation repeated over and over again. Kill it. 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 Kill it now. As the spark that was Kaine slowly began to flicker and die, she felt her desire to kill and her desire to live blend into one. The distance between heartbeats grew longer and longer and longer.
The beast approaches.
Oh, I know.
Catharsis.
What anger this creature must have. How did it even survive these past 5 years?
I'm not gonna let this happen again. It dies today.
My sword feels lighter. It's not the blade, but the skill of the user. Strike it down.
encounter. Gently, weakly, softly, the shade, sure that its tormentor was dead, turned and stomped off toward the horizon, stopping along the way to bellow one final roar. Couldn't kill it. Shamed beyond imagining, Kaine tried to turn her head to the side, but only succeeded in coughing up a huge gout of blood. It was getting difficult to see, and only after a moment of fierce concentration did she realize that her left eye was gone. Laughing to herself, she turned her remaining eye to the ruins of her home and noticed a ragged stump of arm resting a few feet away. Yeah, that's mine, she thought with a mad giggle. This is gonna make clapping a real bitch. Ha, cried a sudden voice from the depths of her mind. Finally gonna die, are ya? Well, you had it coming. Go to hell, Demo, she thought at the unseen assailant. Go to hell before I pluck out your eyes and feed them to a dog. The voice of her childhood terror evaporated in the smoke, only to be replaced by another, more recent voice. Hold still, said the apothecary, materializing from the ruins like a ghost. I want to draw you, that way you can live forever. No, stop. Don't want to live forever. Want to die right here. I see, he said quietly. Well, if that's what you want. The spectral shopkeeper fluttered in and out of existence for a moment, then produced a piece of paper and sketched quickly. After a few seconds, he turned the page to Kaine and smiled. Since she rejected my offer, I decided to draw someone else. It was a picture of her grandmother, real as life. Kaine opened her mouth to thank the man, but stopped as the picture began to blacken in the middle. Before she could say anything, dozens of multi-legged insects began to swarm across the image, tearing at it with sharpened pincers. Stop, no, don't hurt that picture. Kaine reached out with her remaining arm and waved futilely at the air. To her surprise, the insects fell off the picture and to the ground below, where they vanished into tiny black tendrils of smoke. Relieved, Kaine turned her good eye back to the picture, only to open her mouth in a silent scream. The sketch now showed her grandmother as she truly was, a smashed, unrecognizable lump of nothing. The apothecary smiled, then broke into a jolly dance. See that? He cried as he danced his jig. It's perfect now. She looks just like you. Ha-cha-cha. I look like that? Oh God. Oh God, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Drowning in despair, Kaine laid her head back in the mud and smoke of her ruined house and waited for the end to come. But just before she let everything go, an unfamiliar voice began whispering in her ear. Ain't you got a wish, sunshine? The voice was vulgar and fierce at the same time, as if insanity had somehow found a way to take form. Kaine wanted to scream as the voice crawled under her skin, but her lungs refused to work. You know, a wish, like a prayer or something. Why don't you get on your knees and start praying to heaven? Please, invisible man in the sky, save me, save me. Kaine finally restored to shouting at the voice with her mind. I don't make wishes. They don't come true for me. I'm a curse, a freak. I should be left to die. The other voice boomed in her ears. Oh God, you are the best. Kaine glanced down and saw a black, shiny substance oozing from her legs. She tried to brush it away, but her remaining arm would no longer respond. The substance slowly crept around her feet, then began moving up toward the rest of her body. Is this death? Is this what it's like? Or is my mind just losing itself? She could feel the slime oozing upward, feeling the hot, searing pain it left in its wake, Whatever else might be happening, she was still alive, and this was real. Come on, said the voice. Let it go. Kane tried to ignore the voice and concentrate on the pain, but the newcomer would have none of it. Don't ignore me, sunshine. You're ready to give up, ready to die, so why not let me have it? Have what? Your body. Come on, give it to me. Give it to me. I want to stand on the ground, feel the rain, taste the wind. The voice paused as if licking its lips. When it resumed, it was filled with mad, unabated joy. And I want to take your hands and use them to choke the goddamn life out of people. I want to tear out their throats and bathe in the blood, just like before. In response, Kaine shifted her head and vomited. The warmth of it crept down her front and mingled with the pain of the encroaching black ooze. Are you a shade? Yeah, maybe. What of it? The slime reached her face and crept up past her nose and slowly oozed into the socket of her missing eye. The moment it touched her brain, Kaine was struck by the most powerful sensation she'd ever felt in her life. It was ecstasy. She wanted to scream with delight, but all she could manage was a small, whispered moan. Feels good, don't it? Asked the voice with a chuckle. Yeah, what can I say? I know how to please the ladies. Now give me that body. Come on, give me the body and I'll give you more than this feeling. It's a fair trade. A black lump began to protrude from Kaine's side. As she watched, it grew longer and thicker, eventually taking the form of her missing arm. I can see better, she thought. My eye must be growing back too. The slime reached up to envelop the rest of her face, but she managed to brush it away. Stop, she whispered, marveling at how she regained her voice. Stop. The black ooze hesitated, as if considering this request, then quickly shimmered down her body before disappearing into a cloud of smoke. Ah, what the hell, sunshine, screamed the voice. We had a deal. I thought you wanted to die. Grandma said, I can't die yet. A brief image of her grandmother, bloodied and broken, flashed before her eyes. She saw the shade that killed her and heard its mocking laughter, then closed her eyes and forced the image from her mind. Her whole body was quaking with rage. She opened her eyes again, then burned bright red. That thing took my grandmother. I have to kill it before I die. Kaine glanced down and saw a mysterious pattern. The pattern of the shades burned itself into her left arm. Well, I'll be damned, said the voice cheerfully. Look at that, sunshine. I think you and me are gonna be good friends now. Kaine stared intently at her arm. The more emotional she felt, the more the letter seemed ready to puncture her skin and begin infecting the rest of her body. The arm clearly had a will of its own now. Stop. Gotta stop. Holding her left arm in her right, Kaine took a deep breath and tried to calm herself. Come on, don't fight it, pleaded the voice. Hate's my favorite dish and I'm hungry. Let it go. Feel the anger. Burn with the fire of revenge. Thirst for blood. Then go out there and... Shut up. Shut up and get the hell out of my body. Your body? Oh, that's rich, sunshine. Real rich. Look, why don't you just up and die so I can have this body out of myself? What do you say? I bet those buddies of yours in the area would love to see you dead. Kaine grabbed a nearby shard of glass and tried to saw off the shade-infected portion of her side. Before she could, her darkened left arm grabbed her right wrist, crushing it. Kaine screamed and dropped the shard as the sound of bone crunching on bone filled the air. Stupid idiot girl. You're possessed now, sunshine, and there ain't no going back. The voice laughed again, a loud, long wail that seemed to go on without end. Possessed, whispered Kaine. Yeah, possessed. You and me, we got what you might call a timeshare arrangement. Remember how folks used to think you were a freak? Well, wait till they get a load of you now. Kaine looked up, tears in her eyes. The sky seemed smaller somehow, darker. Is this because of that shade? Is that how they see the world? So, listen, poured the voice. I know this whole possession thing seems a bit sudden, but it ain't all bad. There's plenty in it for you, too. I'm a very powerful creature, Sunshine, and now that power belongs to you. You got enemies? People you want to kill? I can make it happen. The little fat kid who kept picking on you, that big old shade that squashed your granny, we'll wrap them up in their own assholes. No more abuse for you, Sunshine. No more pain. Wait, said Kaine. You're a shade. Why would you help me kill another shade? What, you think I'm some kind of racist? Some killing snob? I don't give a goddamn who you murder, honey pants. I just want to drink from the well. Kaine considered this as she struggled to her feet. The power of the shade coursing through her. The smoke from her house was drifting away with the wind, and she enjoyed the way the cool evening breeze felt on her new left arm. After a long pause, the voice spoke up again. So, how about it? You and me. We could have some good times together. Look, I'll even take care of the bloody part if you don't want. Fuck off, asshole, muttered Kaine. I'll handle the killing. Screamed the voice. Look at you go. Oh, Sunshine, we're gonna have so much fun. So listen, my name's Tyrion, and if you ever need me, I'll just be hanging out in this piece of meat you call a heart. Now get to it. The more you kill, the more your heart turns rotten and sour, and I like rotten and sour. Kaine found herself nodding at the voice. Yeah, she said. Yeah, I think this can work. I'm gonna find that shade, and I'm gonna strangle it with its own guts. And when I'm done, I'm gonna do the same to you, Tyrion. Count on it. Ha, laughed Tyrion. I have shit bigger than you, so good luck with that. Oh, and hey, one more thing. Right now, you and me are sharing this body, but if you ever run out of hate, if you ever, go soft, then I'm gonna take over everything. So keep on killing, Sunshine, and watch your back. The voice grew fainter and gradually faded away, fading to somewhere deep inside Kaine herself. Kaine waited until she was sure the voice was gone, then waved her new left arm around a few times. It feels perfectly normal, she thought. It feels like mine. Desperately, she began poking and prodding at the new limb, determined to find something wrong with it. She didn't want it to feel normal. That would mean the creature inside her had already won. I'm not a shade, I'm Kaine. Repeating this mantra in her mind, she slowly began digging through the rubble of her house, being careful to ignore a certain red-stained spot in the corner. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity of heartbreaking work, she found what she was looking for. It was the wreath of lunar tears. Though it had been through hell and back, the garland's petals were as bright as ever. Kaine started to place it in her hair, then slowly lowered the wreath and stared at him. I'm sorry, Grandma. I'm so sorry. But I don't deserve to wear this anymore. I'm possessed, corrupted, a freak. And this time, I don't think there's any going back. Holding the flowers to her heart, Kaine fell to the ground and sobbed. As night gradually lightened to dawn and the people of the area rose to their daily lives, she remained in that position, as if tears could somehow wash away the horror that now infected her world.
Alive! Stay alive! Stay alive!
Grandma.
Kaine, you gotta live! You gotta come back to us!
Oh, hey.
still recognize me?
Of course. I knew you right away.
Thank you, Kaine.
Welcome back, Kaine.
Wow. You grew up. So, how long has it been?
5 years.
Shit. That's a long time. Any luck with Yona?
We are still no closer to finding her. We need a way to locate the Shadow Lord.
By the way, this is for you.
Is that a lunar tear?
It's not as good as your grandmother's, but I tried.
No, it's great. Thank you.
Kaine waking from her long petrified sleep. Emil's unflagging kindness. Our reunion was a happy one, and we let it wash over us like rain. That is, until Devila and Popola had to go and ruin it all.
Are you kidding me? You can't be serious.
So, while that segment is very long, very, very, very long, it is the longest visual novel segment in the game. That being such a core part of like that segment is why I really kind of kept with this game. Like, even before I knew anything else about all the stuff with Route B, having something like that, something that integral to that character, to her, kind of being there at the start of this route, it made me think, like, what else were they keeping from me then? Like, this isn't a normal New Game Plus. We're starting from the halfway mark, from over the halfway mark. We get a complete detailed backstory from one of the main party members that we've had for most of the game, who up until this point really didn't get much. Like, we knew more about Emil, like, all the way in all of Route A before any of this for Kaine. And for her to get something that intimate and so beautifully written, for reasons that pertain to especially how I am now, Kaine means a lot to me as a character. A lot. And rereading that segment only, like, reinforces those feelings. And, like, that segment hasn't really changed even since, like, 2010. Like, the only big memory that the only big thing that I really remember, two big things that I remember from that segment, from the original that I have on PS3, is that I remember pictures of her hut, like, fading in. That was one thing that changed that I don't remember when happened. But aside from that, most of that was, like, exactly the same. Her being called a freak and them asking her to show it. And all that being before everything with Tyrion. Looking back, it's really funny how that stumped a lot of people for a while as to like, oh, what did they mean? Like, what was the thing that Kaine was bullied for? Especially that line about pretending to be a girl. This game was doing a lot in 2010. And like...
Please, try to understand.
And like... For a game...
People are tired and scared, and... I'm sorry. I'm sorry you have to bear the brunt of that.
I want to let the scene play out quickly, just so I can like actually put into words. So it gives me a chance to like think about this, so I can word this right.
This is crap, and you know it.
It's okay. We can sleep outside.
No one's sleeping outside. You and Kaine saved this village, and now they want to run you out?
People are afraid of us. And really, I understand. I mean, look at me. As long as you're still with us, I can deal with it. Right, Kaine?
I'm used to sleeping outside.
Kaine and Emil also being the two people that are perfectly fine and used to sleeping outside. Not welcome into villages. Like, even the places that Kaine is welcome, she's still trepidatious about it.
But...
We'll see you later.
Sorry about this.
What is the matter?
Kaine always sleeps outside. I never thought about that until just now.
Yeah.
Never even occurred to me. Damn it.
We should turn in.
I didn't get much sleep that night. For the first time in my life, I hated Devila. For the first time in my life, I doubted Popola. But those feelings are pointless in the end. They said and did what they did for the sake of the village. To protect it from the horror of the Shades. Really, how can I blame Devila and Popola? In the end, I'm just as bad. Because I never once stopped to think about Kaine and Emil's situation myself. I should apologize to Kaine and Emil, but what good would that even do? Wait, is that...
Campfires are weird, aren't they? I feel like I could stare at the flames forever.
Don't get all googly-eyed and catch your clothes on fire.
Obviously. I'm so happy to get to talk to you again, Kaine.
Yeah, me too.
I tried everything I could think of to save you, you know. I polished you with a special cloth. I poured warm water over you.
Wait, you poured water on me?
Yeah, but it didn't really do much except make you all shiny.
Hey, Emil. Thanks for saving me.
I guess you noticed how I look different now.
I'm sorry, Emil. I'm sorry for all of it.
Well, I mean, this new form isn't all bad, you know? At least I can look at you when we talk, right? Hey, so why don't you tell me something about yourself?
I'm not very interesting. Sorry.
Come on, I just want to know you better. Please?
Fine. This all happened when I was a kid. Before the whole shade possession thing. My body is different. And when the villagers found out about it, they started treating me like a freak. But one person, my grandmother, accepted me just as I was. No matter how bad things got. She gave me the strength to keep going.
She's really special to you, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, hey! That gives me an idea. Since we cured your petrification, we should start looking for a way to cure your possession and my body. I know we can do it if we all work together. Heck, it'll probably be super easy.
Let me guess. More warm water?
Okay. Can we just forget I told you about that?
That was a scene added for this game.
Sleep well?
Sure.
And yet your red eyes tell a different tale. Don't be so hard on yourself, lad.
I need to go see Devila and Popola.
Very well.
That was a scene that was added specifically for version 1.2.
What might that be?
It's Mom's diary.
I have not heard you speak much about your mother.
She got the Black Scrawl and died when I was little.
My apologies for bringing it up.
It's all right. I can barely remember her face anymore. This is the only thing I have left of her. Reading it helps remind me of when we were still a family.
I see.
But the final entries get a little strange.
In what way?
Well, here, take a look.
Say there.
Before, because I'm gonna get distracted if I continue this. Like for a game where like most of it you're essentially playing as, like, you realize that you're kind of like, you might be the bad person, or you might realize eventually that like there really is no line or justification for the things that you're doing, aside from you telling yourself that you're right in that all the killing is necessary. It's very kind to its characters. Emil struggles. Kaine struggles. Like, those aren't played for laughs. Like, Emil can be a bit gullible. Kaine can be a very, very, very foul-mouthed. But, like, those aspects of them aren't punching bags. Emil's queerness. Kaine's body. Like, they're treated with respect, and it's nice. Especially the relationship between Kaine and Emil is really nice. And that Kaine shows Emil so much kindness for the parts of his own body that he is very discontent with. I really, really, really like Kaine, and I really like this game. But to switch to something slightly lighter before the end of the stream, in the original PS3 version, this DLC existed as well. This DLC existed as well and allowed players to play as Brother Nier. But I don't remember what they did for the voice lines, because this was the only way that you could play as the other character from the other version. And when they said that they were making this remake, they said that they would only be doing the Brother Nier part. But this version did come with the Mother's Diary as a bonus. Not necessarily as a bonus, not as DLC. It's just here. It's just a part of the game. Which means, technically, the other version of Nier is still here.
Can you not hear me? Why are you standing about like a slack-jawed ninny?
Sorry. Felt like I was dreaming or something.
Sleeping on one's feet is quite the talent indeed. Come now, there's the door.
Right. Let's go.
This is the only way you can play as Papa Nier in this version, as well as also him being voiced. I did the DLC before. I will also likely do it again, just because I love hearing him.
My word.
Something wrong?
I feel as if I've just awoken from a most unpleasant dream.
I know what you mean. That happens to me whenever I read it.
So yeah, that becomes available at Route B. So yeah. With that being said and done, that did nearly take me like 2 hours to read. So yeah. With that being said, and that being done, now will be Route B. I still don't have enough money. Now will be Route B. And Route B will have additional things that was not there before, as well as the additional things that were added in this remake, or this version 1.22. So yeah, thank you all for spending time with me. I hope you enjoyed yourselves, and I very, very eagerly await
fear the next card fate holds for us.
Oh, that's just the town mailbox, my bad. I've also not really played this game since I've streamed it. So it is going to be another chance for me to go through a bunch of the stuff that was added in this version. And I very much look forward to that. So yeah, thank you for spending time with me. I hope you enjoyed yourselves. And I hope you're ready for Heartbreak a lot. Just a lot more Heartbreak as well. Because we're about to see how bad exactly we were, the baddies, through Route A. So yeah. Thank you for spending time with me. Take care of yourselves. Be kind to yourselves. And yeah, I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day and night. Janet.